Hari Om. Let us begin with invocation and invoke Puja Gurudev's blessings and the Lord's blessings. And this is, I would say, a beautiful cusp to be in. A batch of teachers trying to teach as a team during the 100th year. So, na bhuto na bhavishyati. This set of experience is unique in itself. So let us start with 3 Oms, Sahana Vavatu and Guru Brahma, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the day. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Gurureva Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hari Om. Welcome to the teachers' sadhana. Do you all have a smartphone, smart gadget on you right now? Pull it out. Pull out your smart gadget. ना उसकी हाँ. You are clogging the latecomers. Do you all have or happen to have downloaded all the prayer folder onto your cell phone? Is it already there? If it is not there, can you punch in cmdfw.org on your web browser? Have you? So if you punch in, if you click on the menu, downloads, There will be hand forms and handbooks and forms. No. Okay. Oh, that's why. So from now till the end of the introductions or that we have, download it. No, no, I know the site is down. From now till another half an hour, you will have enough time. Download at your leisure. So it should open up. I mean, about 150 attacking at the same time, it must have like closed itself up. So it will open up, and at that time, sometime in next half hour, download it, and something from there is what we will be focusing to learn during our teacher sadhana. Um, can I get a head count? Start with Mooladhara. No, no, 1 second. आप बाद में आ जाओ. हाँ, अब आ जाओ. No, no, no. Finish it. 38. 41. 52.
I'll be teaching chemistry again. And for the people who go to Chinmaya Mission picnic in Holi, they know me and my husband as the chaiwala and the chaiwala.
So are you planning to become next Prime Minister?
She graduated last year. I thought about leaving after that. But then it's such a joy. It's more than teaching. You learn more by teaching than you teach, actually. And then you also feel, wow, your kids don't listen to you anyways.
Good one.
Session 1, grade 6. I don't even remember a time when I was not teaching. I don't remember now. And I'm even more serious than she today.
चलो बस कर बैठ जाओ.
Like I'm the advocate for Chinmaya Mission.
Hariom, I'm Savita Reddy. I started teaching 8 years back. It all started in graduation party one day. We went to graduation and I met Manisha over there. And we were in the conversations. I was like, yeah, someday I need to teach, but I was really not hard, it was not coming, I never thought I could really teach. And next day I get an email saying, welcome to kindergarten teacher. So I was like, wow. So I mean, I was reluctant initially, but I've been enjoying it. But definitely I'm enjoying and learning for sure. But that's how I always think, I've never had that talent to teach. But definitely every day I think whenever I come here, thanks to Manisha, definitely, it was a big surprise to me when I saw that email. I'm like, what in the world this email is about? But definitely been enjoying teaching.
तुलिका जी आपका नाम बताइए.
Should I go on? I don't know when I started teaching here. Sharda ji roped me in, and I am more serious than both of them. That's only Dinesh ji. Both of you should have. And I think I'm true to my name. So,
Did you hear what he said?
No.
Are you serious most or senior most?
So I'm true to my name. My name means painting brush and I paint.
Hariom, my name is Dinesh Bhatia. I'm Tulika's lesser half.
Significant other half.
So one day I came home, I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago. She asked me, so will you be able to teach this year? I said, yeah, maybe. And next thing is we go for Guru Padma Puja and Dhamsa these days. Thank you for agreeing to teach. Lalita ji is not even here today.
Her daughter is not doing well, so she had to fly out.
No, but in all fairness, I have been here for a very, very long time. Two kids, son has graduated and again graduated and is about to graduate. So, and daughter is also graduated and about to graduate. Did not teach for last 2 years, but we have been here for good, I would say, that 10 plus years.
Welcome back.
Be careful about what you say being around board meetings.
You should be saying that.
Like four people, like, we went to a party and I said to the next day we get easier. And I talked to the next day.
We have strong networking.
So, Anisha Asandi.
Network queen.
Yeah, if we make eye contact, you're a teacher. That was great. Been here for, I think, over 15 years. I've lost count. But we did the pre-K. We started the pre-K with the S1. And I've, like Sridhar, I've been taught in almost every single room. I teach K-12. Right now I'm a sub for...
In her classroom.
But I joined Innovation just to get Sumana off my back. And Swamiji was the first lecture that I attended, and two funny things happened. I've been asked to, आप जरा चुपचाप बैठिएगा, please don't ask any questions. Because I didn't understand anything, and this man would go, come India, damn India, But yeah, so I have been asked to just zip it up and don't ask any questions in the assembly. Whatever you have to ask later. And then we went on the Chardhan Yatra with Swamiji, and that was my second year of teaching. And after 4th grade, he said to teach 10th grade. So I was like, are you? What are you? Over there, we saw the BMI chart, and I've never seen a BMI chart. And I gladly asked, so यहाँ पे hygienic भी होता है क्या? And Rohan Menon, he was supposed to be in my class in 10th grade, and he says, Auntie, this is BMI chart. I'm like, BMI chart. I look at the Nike and maybe Chinnamission does a lot of seva, so it must be so. But I don't take life seriously, and I just hang out with these serious people. She's my BFF, Srividya, and I cannot thank Sumana enough for just introducing me. And again, the chicks, you are doing an awesome job about the Hanuman Chalisa, Chalisa. If you, by the way, I also do the website. So if you guys can, 7:30, they are just doing an awesome job. So please work with them.
I'm Sumana Hegle. I used to teach, I used to be in and out, but I'm a library coordinator. So the moment I enter, a lot of teachers see me and so my request to you all, whoever borrowed the books, please bring them back. Don't keep it in your house. Just, I don't know, probably it's in the attic. Some books probably still in the attic. Please. Library books are very important. Please bring them back. And next year's books are available, so you can take them. Thank you.
So I don't need to announce that.
You make the bet.
My name is Dilip Rani. I'm a Chitrakoot Session 1 coordinator. I've been coming to Chennai Mission since 2000. And I've been hearing about snatching people as teachers, but I should gladly say it's G1, we didn't have to snatch anybody. They all volunteered themselves. me as they were introducing themselves. There are 20 out of 26 senior teachers present today. So there's more than now, funny thing about one funny thing about me, and this one is about probably my childhood friends might know, not anybody. So as a childhood, I don't know if you guys have played chore police and we face each other. And so I was running as a chore, and my friend was running behind me as the police. And there was a construction going on. In construction, they were building water tanks under the ground, and the pothole of the water tank was open. And I actually literally fell down. And there was like the ladders, right? They was completely scratched. So when I taught sixth grade a few years ago, there's a fall of man and there's a ladder. I mean, every time I listen to fall of man,
My name is Parvati. I teach fourth grade S4, Saturday management here, with Sukita and Sukesh, who is not here. Next year, I'll be teaching second grade. Again, it was Suchitra who kind of roped me in. I was very skeptical in the beginning. I was coming to teaching their vision to my children, not to myself. But then once I started teaching, it changed. And I think when you find your own people who are as crazy as you are, or at least when I find people who are as crazy as I am, I tend to hold on to them, and I found quite a few on our session, so I'm really blessed for that. One interesting thing is, a few months ago, I was in Kroger, and when I walked out with a shopping cart full of groceries, I realized I had locked myself in the car. And it was not that funny at that time for me. I usually don't do these kinds of things, so I was very angry and frustrated at myself. And there was this family that was walking by, and I stopped them and I said, "Can I borrow your phone? Because everything is inside the car." And the man was very kind, he gave me his phone, and I was trying to reach my husband, and I couldn't reach him. So then he could see that I was flustered and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't carry all this stuff home. So he said, "I can give you a ride." And I looked at him, they were a family of four, just like mine, a husband, wife, and two girls. And they had this swanky red sports car. And my mind is like, all the synapses, I'm like, okay, should I go with these people? It's an awesome car, I probably never ride So I said, if it's okay with you, that would be really great. And they said, no, it's fine. And my house was just a couple of miles down the street, so they gave me a ride, dropped me off in front of my house and said, "Are you sure there's someone inside?" I said, "Yes, my husband's probably working in the yard, and that's why he didn't hear the phone." And then I went back and got my stuff. The reason I like to tell this story is, there are two reasons why. One is, I got to ride in that fancy red car. The second one is, I was completely touched by the kindness of absolute strangers. They didn't know me, I didn't know them. They didn't have to, reach out to me. They could just walk by. I would have probably walked by. But it made a lasting impression on me that, all it takes is just one person and one kind word, and your life just completely changes.
Third thing is, you should never make the husband work very hard.
Yes, sir. Hurry up.
My name is Sandeep Gore, aka Gore. So I had a brief stint of teaching second graders, and for 6 months as a substitute teacher. That was too much for me, so I did all you veterans out here. So I took a break, and she convinced me that I should come back. So.
Continue. You are remembered. No, the point. No, no. The point is, he is now well remembered.
I'll be very brief.
Oh,
Two interesting things to talk about. First one, so I moved 12 years back from Colorado, and being a good last name, everyone was saying, "Are you going to the right state?" I said, "No, well, I don't have a choice. I have to go to Texas." So they said, "Good luck with it." So I said, "Yeah, I'm excited to come to Texas." First day I go to work, I'm introduced, I knew my manager's name. I'm introduced to my vice president, and his last name was Bush. This thing was going on. He was true Republican, me being from India, and typically all Democrats. So I said, well, it's going to be tough, but we ended up being good friends. And second thing is, I used to drop my daughter every morning at her elementary school. So whenever I used to drop her, she would say, "Dad, stop right there." So I said, why do you want me to stop all the way far from your school? And she said, no, I will walk. So I did it many a times. One day it was even raining. She said, no, stop. One day I had to ask her, why you are asking me to stop? Then she opened up. She said, "Oh, your car is very dirty. I don't want my friends to see your car." So lessons learned. From that time, I tried to keep the car very clean.
moral of the story, गोरे का कार चिकना होता है.
Teaching S4. I'm teaching second grade and third grade. And one funny story is we have a class full of girls, somehow we chase the boys away. And the girls asked, where's Kamsa? I said, who's Kamsa? We don't have Kamsa in class. They were talking about kittens. I teach an expert session. I'm actually thankful for Suchitra to have pulled me last year. I got, yeah. Yeah, but I'm thankful because all these guys, a couple of them had asked me to volunteer, but I was hesitant. But actually, I enjoyed this year and I'm teaching fifth grade next year. I have two kids, one in eighth grade and one in first kindergarten. So it's funny or interesting and trying to find a balance between a teenager and kindergarten.
And just for the she was asking us, she asked us, and we have to say yes.
Okay, so Swamiji mentioned he can remember people by language and name. My name is Madhu Veer Vasudev. So hopefully that will put you in a puzzle. No? Okay. And language-wise, essentially we speak a dialect. So I cannot associate any language. And the dialect essentially rolls down all the way from, Punjab, Kshatriyas to Rajasthan and also my language, interestingly, has all those different words on the. So I call myself a true Indian. And apart from that, my dad worked in military engineering services while growing up, kindergarten, fourth grade, all the way to 12th grade. I went to schools. And so I traveled all over the country, Hyderabad, Amritsar, and Delhi, and so on. The other interesting part is actually, I'm from the same school. One of the schools, Swamiji was like 2 years or 3 years junior of mine. So,
I thought it was 10 years.
I would like to think so. So today is also my birthday. My family, both my sons and wife are like, oh my God, you're gonna be gone both Saturdays and Sunday, and on your birthday. So, my younger one was very puzzling. I was like, why are you going? I said, man, it's a teacher's training. I look forward for this day with Swamiji and, all the other teachers. I was like, are you gonna become Swamiji someday? So I said, I'll serve in my own way.
Do I have to vacate the position for the senior?
So I guess that's interesting.
मैं उठ जाऊं?
Call him funny.
No, he doesn't find that funny. मैं उठ जाऊं? I know there are. I know there are many of you who have joined us late, and I think I'll stop it here. And we have at least a good glimpse into various teachers that are, and I always, when I travel, I have traveled to about 38 different states in US, to different centers. And when usually when I go to those centers, they are centers which are still developing, which have about 60 kids or maybe 100 kids, and they ask, "Do you have a Balavihar in Dallas?" I said, "Mm-hmm." How many kids? I say about 250 teachers, and they're like, "What? So how many kids do you have?" I said, "No, go proportionately and increase it." So in that growth spurt, I should say that we will be starting a 8th session. Yes, 8th session, and this will be in Frisco. We are working on the details of various teachers, various volunteer force that is required to run the show there. And the coordinator, I just spoke with her and she agreed, would be Rachna Jagota. So we'll be opening somewhere down there. And we are the details will follow. Now, have you had an opportunity to download the student folder onto your cell phone? Or if you have the student folder, please open it up. Open page number 26. Please download it and open to page number 26. Before I start on the first lecture of the day, can I have everybody lift their heads up once? I was feeling very neglected. Do you need a break, 5 minutes, 10 minutes break, or do we want to continue? Okay. Yeah, many of them said yes. If they don't, they'll take a silent break and come back. I can't stop them, right? But the majority said yes, so we will continue. First, though your cell phones are out, put them on silent mode. I've already heard about 6-7 phones ring. My sense of hearing and smell and taste are particularly very sharp. So my belief is that I may have been in an ashram as an ashram dog in my last life, that those vasanas have continued. And while when you are introducing yourselves, about your names and other things. Though my name as a sannyasi has changed to Swami Sarveshananda, for all the official documents, it is still Brahmachari Uddhav Chaitanya. Because if I have to apply for a change, I have to stay put for about year and a half or 2 years for the whole process to change to the court and other things. And because of the travel, can't afford it. So I'm still hanging with the old name. And once I was traveling from here to Canada, and the Canadian, there are a lot of French influence. So the fellow looks at my ID card and he says, Brahmachari Yudav Shaitan. Because it does not have enough characters to include YA in it. So Chaitanya has become Chaitan, and being a French influence, he called me a Shaitan. And I looked around and I said, thank goodness there is nobody who would know the reality. I can tell you many more such on the names. I think this story you would remember me now. What's that? He's truly becoming a politician. I think the Bernie thing has really burnt him. So page number 26. It will be the Taittiriyopanishad. '26 as in not what your Adobe Reader reads. It's on the page number. At the bottom of the page you can see 26. Anuvak. So this segment is taken from Taittiriyopanishad. Taittiriyopanishad has got 3 cantos or 3 segments. Within each segment there are different paragraphs, and those paragraphs are called Anuvaka. So Anuvaka here does not mean any title there. Anuvak 11 from Taittiriyopanishad would be the reference. First things to learn about the Vedic chantings is the Vedic literature is not referred as a shloka. The Vedic literature is supposed to be referred as a mantra. Shloka is something which is written by, there is an authorship. They're written by various authors. Whereas a mantra is not written by anyone, apaurusheya, that which is not written. So the Vedic mantras, they have to be referred to as mantra and not as shloka. I have spoken about the introduction of Vedas. There are how many Vedas? Okay. 4 Vedas. And what are these 4 Vedas? Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Ayurveda. No? No? Okay. I'm glad I'm corrected. It is not Ayurveda, it is Atharva Veda. It takes roughly about 48 to 50 years to memorize the whole thing. And this is not a joke. This is not a fun fact. This is a serious fact about it. I have had the opportunity to meet at least 2 of them who are not just titled as Chaturvedi, but truly a Chaturvedi who has memorized all 4 Vedas. I've had an opportunity to spend time with them. The one, he just passed away. Uh, when I met him, he was about 81. But even at 81, he could, repeat or bring out subtle factors. And he was the one who would teach. There are these various ashramas, like the Jyotirmat or the Dwarka Mat and Puri Mat, Kanchi and Sringeri. So all the Pithadipatis, when they are getting trained, they are sent to him to learn. So he poncho with it. So I had the opportunity to be with them. So Chaturveda is very ancient, and that ancient which even Bhagwan Ramchandra ji had learnt in the Gurukula through Vasishta. And we are talking about not just tens and thousands, we are talking in few lakhs of years ago. So that is the ancientness, and if you Google it, probably it would say that the oldest Veda is Rig Veda and it is about 10,000 years, and the youngest Vedas don't have that kind of a demarcation, just to make it clear. Not that everything that Googleananda spits out, you do Google search and Wikipedia search, and not that everything that it searches and brings out, especially about Hindu philosophy or Hinduism, there's a huge discrepancy. I'm not going into that realm today. I'll come back. The Vedas, though they are four, the way it has been laid out, like on the websites, there is a tab which gives you a flow of things on that website. What is it called? Sitemap, right? So that you can understand where what is. There's of course a search tab too, but to know the entire layout of it. So similarly for the Vedas, the layout to be understood is each Veda has been subdivided or subcategorized into different themes. There are various themes that the Vedic literature speaks. The themes are titled as Samhita. So there is a Samhita about construction, like Sthapatya. The Sthapatya, the different ways of constructing architecture. There is about medicine, about animals, about different kinds of things that the Vedas talk about. So each theme is called a Samhita. Now the Samhita is further classified into four parts. The first part is mantra, the second part is called Brahmana, the third part is called Aranyaka, and the fourth part is called Upanishad. Mantra is a formula, different formulae given there. The application of that formula, there is physics and there is applied physics. So there are mantra bhaga is just the pure mantra part. The application of it is called Brahmana. Brahmana is not the Varna Ashrama Bheda here. It is talking about that who is an expert in that particular field. How do you become an expert in that particular? By applying it. So the application processes is Brahmana. Then there were some who were not very satisfied with the application. They wanted to do further research over that. And the solitude of Aranya, that which was born as a meditative process, is called Aranyaka. Whichever be the theme, the final conclusion of experience can only be one kind. It can be explained in different ways. Supposing a group of you go to see Niagara Falls, right? So some of you chose to go through a boat ride. What do you call that? Misty something? Ha, that lady. So you go through that boat, and then there's some who want to see through the Canadian border, some who want to take a chopper, various ways of looking at it. And when each one of you comes back and writes a short essay on it, each one is talking about the same thing, but with a different perspective, different view of looking at it. Though the view and the angle of looking at it may appear different, but that which it is being talking about can only be the same, right? So various Upanishads born from various themes. So the interlying idea there is, it does not matter what scheme of life that we are in. Different professions, different jobs, different kinds of mindset, does not matter where we are engaged in. Wherever we are engaged in, when we apply ourselves diligently and do further research into it, it has to elevate us into that which the Upanishads are pointing at. Does it make? And Upanishad being the final segment of the Vedas, therefore that knowledge is also referred to as Vedanam Anta, the last portion of Veda. So Vedanta, the education or the knowledge given in there, is not meant for Vedanta. Somebody who is retired, losing all the wickets, the teeth, it is not meant for them. Vedanta is that knowledge which can be applied or should be applied while you are still in your day-to-day interactions with the world outside. And that's what Bhagavad Gita has the uniqueness to it. The rest of the discussions or the knowledge given, it talks about some solitude, some seclusion, somewhere in the forest or somewhere in the Himalayas. But Bhagavad Gita, what is the forum for it? Where was it spoken? In the war. And who was it given to? The warrior. And what was his mental state? Mental. He was confused. His mental state was mental. He was confused. He was thoroughly depressed, shattered completely. And to reconstruct even that kind of mindset, to be capable of standing in the battlefield and winning, that transformation is what this knowledge promises. So the Taittiriya Upanishad is an important aspect of the entire scheme of Vedic literature. In that Taittiriya Upanishad, there are three vallis or three segments. Valli can mean a rivulet, like three different rivulets joining in to make a major river source. Or Valli can also mean like the women have their hair parted into three and they intertwine it to make it as to one bundle, one braid. Okay. So that also can be called as a Valli. Valli can also mean a anticlimax joke tha. Valli is a creeper, right? So creeper, so there are three creepers that are strengthening the knowledge or wisdom here. Okay, before diving deep into another sub-tangent topic, many of us say that the Vedas don't give clear-cut idea or instruction about various aspects of life. Like sometimes I have been advised, people come and say that Swamiji, we should learn from the other religions. And from inside, मेरा खून एकदम boiling हो जाता है तब. And it is just still for the fairness of the fact that they have not even unveiled as to what they are asking me to learn from the other religion. So I keep a good smiling face and said, yes, what about? They say in the other religion they teach, and it is a necessity almost, that everybody who works, their certain amount of percentage goes directly to their religious institution. What do they call him? Tithing, teething, tithing? What? No. Tithe, tithe, right? Tithe, tithe. So about 8% or 10% goes there. So our scriptures should have, thought about it and should have included. That is when I feel like, बाहर चल बताता हूँ मैं. Like, what aspect of scripture have you read to say and evaluate? It would be okay to ask, do we have any such reference in the scripture? Okay. To assume, having not gone through it, and assume that there is nothing of such reference, there is no such instruction given, that's too much to bear with. So there are various such aspects that are on an instructional note. The instruction that the scriptures very firmly give it. And whenever these instructions are given, it is not meant to subdue or to create a sense of lack of freedom. As Vivekananda puts it, he says that freedom can cherish only in the platform of discipline. The moment you outgrow that discipline or step out of the bounds of discipline, you cannot enjoy your own freedom, but instead you will become a block for others' freedom as well. Now let us take a small example. There is a road system. There is directions to the road, and within the same direction there are marks to separate the lanes. I just got out of Bombay airport, got into an auto, said go to the ashram, Bombay ashram. And he was meticulously driving, and every so often there would be a jerk running through my spine. So I just peeked, and he was going exactly on the lane divider. And every time the tire would hit the stud, thud, and it would spike the pain. So in a very Bombay style, I said, क्यों चला रहे हो? Like, why are you going on to that? So he said, अरे साहब ये बनाए इसलिए है. And his way of saying, no, the lane divide, the line has been so that they can drive straight on that line. That line is created for that. So I came from that mindset, and not that driving was a difficulty. So I came into this country and somebody said, you know driving, right? I said, yes. So they gave me their car. And it was right here on Davenport and Frankfurt. And at that time, there were only 2 lanes. Now we have 3 lanes, right? At that time, there were only 2 lanes. And I was there was a red signal. I was trying to park my car. And this lady just jumps out of her seat, shrieking, yelling at me, and said, Swamiji! I said, what happened? I said, Kar kya rahe aap? What are you doing? They said, what did I do? I'm trying to squeeze the car in between those two cars. Indian mindset. Said, either in this lane or in that lane, not in between. So, see, there is a lane system and you have to follow the rules accordingly. The moment you don't follow those rules, you have stepped out of the bounds of that discipline, then you become a pain for your own freedom as well as for others' freedom. So all these instructions that are given in the scripture is to establish that platform wherein it promises the highest benefit for us as the individual as well as through us to the world around us, the entire society, the best benefit to find that balanced, seamless existence. So this particular portion is taken from the first first part of Taittiriya Upanishad, the last segment. The first part, last segment. The students have gone through the entire Gurukula system of learning. So a little introduction into that. Earlier, where there was a Gurukula system of learning, all the children would be admitted into the Gurukula system. Residential learning. At what age? Somewhere about 4-5 years old. The first 2 years, as they get introduced into the Gurukula, they are initiated to a mantra and a process of using that mantra. Now, in using that entire process, there is some little bit of asana, there is little bit of pranayama, and then you have to repeat the mantra. This whole process packaged together was called Sandhya Vandana. Trikala Sandhya. 3 times at least they would do it. Pratar Sandhya, Madhyanika Sandhya, and Sayam Sandhya. Morning, afternoon, and evening. Now, all this, the initiation process was done by giving the sacred thread. Now, if you go to Hanuman Chalisa, there is a description of Hanumanji as a brahmachari, wherein it is said, Kandhe Munj Janevu Saje, Kandhe Munj. Munj. The sacred thread for the brahmacharis was made by the munja grass. Darbha, you may have heard. Whenever we do sacrificial fire, there is you use that as a pavitra for various things. In this country, you grow it as elephant grass. It is available, and in various neighborhoods, as you are entering, there is this huge chunk of grassy plant which looks like lemongrass, but with white flowery, whatever you call it. So that elephant grass, very rough on its rough on the surface and sharp on the edges. So Kande Munja, the brahmachari should not have a comfort zone. And that wearing those 3 munja grass on their shoulder will not allow you to be comfortable. You cannot lean, you cannot sleep. You have to, brahmachari's life is to be used as a learning process. So the brahmachari who is introduced to this Sandhya Vandana, first year or 2 learns how to chant that mantra and meticulously 3 times a day chants. By applying this, I would consider, and this is again my projected analysis, is with the pranayama introduced, with the mantra introduced, there would be least account of ADD, ADHD. That by the time the child has come to a level of focused mind, now the teacher takes them and starts teaching. Now, how would this teaching process be? There are couple of things that were done. One, in that initial period of 1 to 2 years of the child just doing the Sandhya Vandana, there is a close proximity with which the teacher observes the child, understanding the child's potentiality, understanding the child's need, understanding the talent which that child may be holding. So this is one observation. And the child is also born into a certain family with a certain profession. So that profession is also understood, and the teacher would teach them into that profession. So there are a couple of, one, the talent, the second is the profession that they belong to, and the fourth or the third is something that they are interested, like a hobby, like a thing that they can learn on the side. So all these different patterns understood. From the second or third year, the student starts learning from the teacher. There is a Shruti, they hear and learn. Then there is a hands-on activity. Then they are taught how to make their profession more viable or useful. And it is all taught free of cost. Wherein, see, the ancestors, the way they understood it, they kept it very beautiful. That the one who has this knowledge is separated from wealth, because that becomes a deadly combination. That the one who has immense knowledge is also wealthy, then power starts centering in, and the wealth starts corrupting the knowledge. So therefore, wealth and knowledge were kept separate. That most of the teachers that they were taught, most of the teachers who had a Gurukula would run their Gurukula based on the patronage that they raised through alms every single day. It's only later that I would say during the Mahavir, Buddha and such time, wherein the society which was supporting the Brahmacharya or the Gurukula system, started, getting torn apart, because the society started supporting Bauddha Parivrajaka or the Jaina Parivrajakas, and they would not contribute to the Gurukula. So those who were running the Gurukula started finding jobs. What kind of jobs? In the king's court, as advisors, counselors. Consultation is not a new thing. It was there age old. And when they got power, because who is listening to them? That king, who is the most feared one, bows down and is listening to them. Now, instead of blaming them, let me ask something with very practical sense to you, all of you. When your children choose their line of job or work, what do you want them to choose? Don't give me a sophisticated, goody answer because you are in a crowd here. I understand that aspect of psychology also. Give me in all fairness, because I am being on record, not you. You don't want them to suffer the same life that you have gone through. You want them to be financially secured. You want them to be in a better position, better than what you have gone through. If not better, at least at the same level. Fair enough? Now, in those days, the psychology would not have been that different either. That those who have tasted wealth, those who have tasted the knowledge, those who have tasted power, what would they want for their children? Same or better? Knowing that this kind of discrepancy could happen, they kept knowledge and wealth separated. And that is why when Gurudev started the mission, there were various places when Gurudev would say that at the end of this lecture, we will correct Guru Dakshina. It was in 89 or 90 that the Tirupati Institute, which runs the Balaji temple, they invited Puja Gurudev to Tirupati. And the talks were to be launched in next 15 days or 18 days. And there was a discord between the Tirupati management and Gurudev, because they said, you name the price, we will write a check to you. Don't collect any Guru Dakshina. I said, I have not done that. It is against my tradition and belief, said Gurudev. Because the moment you give me a check, it becomes a buyer and a seller kind of a equation, and then the freedom to teach is gone. Then I'll have to accommodate what I have to teach in your lenses. Therefore, I wouldn't want to budge even once. Then they said, how much would you collect as Guru Dakshina? Like 1 lakh, 2 lakhs. We'll give you 50 lakhs. So I said, give whatever. I am not going to budge on it, because today if I create one excuse, then for the rest of the life I would be expected to excuse again and again and again, and I don't want to dilute the platform of knowledge for wealth. And he kept it separate and always maintained it as Guru Dakshina. So the Guru would, along with the brahmacharis, go around into the town, and food is collected and various resources are collected. That was one main source of their survival. The other source of survival was those students who have learnt and gone through the Gurukula system, have left the Gurukula, gone to their individual lives, settled comfortably. They, having made a mark for themselves, come back to the Gurukula saying, with your teaching, I have established myself. What would you want me to help in? And it is at the choice of the Guru as to what that Guru requires for maintaining and continuing that Gurukula, that the Guru Dakshina was given. Up until then, it was completely free. That you then come back as a support. What do you call this in this country? Alumni. So in whichever alumni that you are, don't you shell out a lot of money to support that? So similar pattern was the second way of earning. Now when the Guru goes through the entire process in the Brahmacharya ashrama, having taught, there is one particular day in the year which is earmarked for graduation. So the Guru decides how many students graduate. And in that graduation, the graduation was called Snataka Mahotsava. How many of you are married? I mean, all of you are married, right? Do you remember what I was supposed to ask was, do you remember your marriage ceremony? The Vaidika ceremony that you have gone through, do you remember? First thing, you cannot get married if you don't have your Yagnopavita samskara. So you become a brahmachari 3 hours before marriage and break the brahmacharya immediately. Done. Up until then, was I not a brahmachari? No, you are a bachelor, not a brahmachari. There's a huge difference. Then the second thing is, you are allowed to get married if your snataka graduation has been accomplished. Without that snataka, without that graduation, the marriage would not be considered as qualified. Therefore, during the marriage, there is a short snataka mahotsava also. Pratyamnaya, alternative. पता नहीं पढ़ के आया कि नहीं, अंगूठा चावे, काले अक्षर भैंस बराबर. Whether graduate, therefore there is a Snataka Mahotsava. So at that Snataka Mahotsava, with the advice of the Guru, the student can choose. There are two paths available, two variables available. That from the Brahmacharya, having learnt, the student can go into the Grihastha or go into the sannyasa. The choice was given at that Snataka Mahotsava. For those who want to continue or pursue the inner studies, they went back into the ashram. Those who wanted to pursue the outside world, on that day when they were being graduating, their family, their friends and everybody were called, and in their presence they were announced as graduates, that they could go back home and they could, and in between this there is also a mention of Bala Vivaha. Now while they would go yearly once or yearly twice from the Gurukula back home, they would be betrothed to a girl, a boy, there would be marriage done, but the marriage is not consumed until they finish their entire education system and establish themselves. Then the daughter is sent to the husband's house. Now, Vivaha was a process done, but the entire Grihastha ashrama starts only after the Snataka. Meaning what? Uneducated are not qualified to get married. So you need to get through that graduation. Learn what things? 3 things. Learn to hone onto your talent, skill. Learn your profession. And then learn your hobbies. And such learned ones were dropped back into the society. To such ones who were now ready to go back into the world, to step into the Grihastha ashrama, this message was delivered by the Guru to the students. So the background for this particular Anuvaka is just set. So what I just spoke. Come on, Siri, stop competing with me. Was that Siri? सीरी से मेरा कंपटीशन चलता रहता है. Okay. Repeat the mantra. Hope all of you have a copy or you can share with each other. It should be there on your smartphones. And those of you who have chosen not to be inflicted by the smartphones, share. Repeat after me the mantra. Vedamanu Chacharyo Antevasina Manushasti Vedamanu Chacharyonte Manushasti. I know it is a long sentence. Vedam anuchya acharyaha antevasinam anushasti. Antevasinam. What? No, no, no. Anta. Anta is inside. Vasinam, the one who are living. So the inmates. See, inmates has gotten a very negative connotation in this country. In the ashram today, when you go, so when they are addressed, I am so glad to see all the inmates of this ashram. So the inmate doesn't mean actually somebody who is imprisoned. Antevasinam literally translates to inmates, but not the prison system, not those who are incarcerated, but it is those who are in the ashram. Antevasinam. And Antevasinam because they are at the anta, end of the entire village or entire ecological system there. That there is a town or there is a kingdom and they are at the edge of that kingdom. Away from the kingdom. Anta. And they are Vasinam, they are living there. Vedam anuchya acharyaha, having gone through the entire Vaidika Samskriti. See, Hindu is a name that gotten famous it's about 1,000 years ago, or even less than that. When the Persians and people started coming in, they had to cross Sindhu river, the Hindu Kush, and then come into the Indian peninsula. They referred to that because they had to cross Sindhu. They called it as some linguistic block there. They couldn't say sir, they said ha. Like it is not jalapeno, it is ha. Therefore it is Hun Hulai after this. Bad joke. Okay, fine. It took a while for a wave. No hope for you. No hope for you. See, even this place that we are living in, it was called Tejas and spelled as Tejas. So Tejas. So there is some linguistic block that they did not say Sindhu, they said it as Hindu. And the Britishers came in and they found it difficult to call us as Hindians. So H dropped. See, Hindu, the H dropped. So what became? Indu. Indian. So that is the origin of Indian. They started calling every aspect of tradition practiced in this side, eastern side of Sindhu, as Hindu. But the entire Bharatavarsha, it it was the Himalayan ranges starting from the Afghan border all the way down unto the Burma border. Everything down that peninsula was called the Bharatavarsha Asetu Himachala Paryanta. All the way from the ocean, Setu, Ramasetu, to the Himalaya, the entire spread was called Bharata. It was only in what 1826 or 76 that these different portions started getting divided from being called as Bharata. Otherwise, Gandhara is still was a part of the Bharatavarsha. Gandhara, the Afghan area. Tibet was a part of the Bharatavarsha. Burma, Bhutan, all these were very recently, about 100, 200, maybe 300 years ago, that they got separated, including the islands, including the Lanka and other islands. They were considered under the Bharatavarsha. And the tradition that was followed got a name Hindu, but prior to that it was known as, it is still referred to as Vaidika Samskriti. Samskriti tradition, that tradition which is based on the Vedas. So that traditional knowledge, Vedam Anuchya Acharya, the Acharya who had taught these students for these many years the Vedic Samskriti. Who is an Acharya? Yaha Acharati Paran Api Acharishyati. Saha Acharya. The one who is following, is not just talk, but walking the talk, living those value-based indications that the scriptures are saying, and thus inspiring others to lead such life, Acharya. On that last day, Anushasti, these were the orders given by that guru to the student. Anushasana. Anushasana is the order. It's not just instruction, it's not just directions. These were orders commanded by the guru to the Sishya. I mean, in those days, they would listen to the guru. Now, the reason I say in those days, there was a Gurukula system. In today's world, you refer to as Sarvesh or that man or. No, I'm just. अब उनको जवाब देना था. So the guru gave the instructional order. Anushasana, Anushasti. And these are very famous. And now you will start, oh, this is in this Upanishad. So please repeat after me. Satyam vada. No, it is not vada. It is vada. Vada means to kill. Though that is what we end up doing. Kill the truth. Satyam vada. Satyam vada. Speak truth and truth alone. Okay, let's read through it and then we'll come back to the meaning. Satyam vada, dharmam chara, swadhyayaan ma pramadaha, swadhyayaan, swadhyayaan ma pramadaha, आचार्याय प्रियम धनमाहृत्य प्रजातन्तुम मा व्यवच्छेत्सीः. So the whole thing should be read like this. Acharyaya priyam dhanamahritya prajadantum ma vyavachhetsi. We stand one as one family. Everybody tried saying, but together it sounded good. Satyanna pramaditavyam dharmanna pramaditavyam kushalanna pramaditavyam bhutyaina pramaditavyam swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. See what clear instructions are being given. No ambiguity whatsoever. As you step out into the world and start interacting with the world, what should be your cornerstone? Satya should be your cornerstone. On that platform of Satya, the foundation that has to be built. What is the foundation? Dharma, righteousness. Satya, dharma. Satyam vada, dharmam chara. And then he says something very beautiful and important. Swadhyayat ma pramadaha. Do not ever give up or sway away from your swadhyaya. What is swadhyaya? One meaning is to understand what the scriptures, the Vedas, are giving as injunctions, as directions. Study them and apply them diligently. Swadhyaya. Adhyayana, to study. To study, Swadhyaya means to study that scripture and practice them, implement them in your day-to-day life. Swadhyaya, first meaning. Second meaning, probably that is why, based off of this, Adi Shankaracharya ji in Sadhana Panchakam says, the very first statement, Vedo nityam adhiyatam taduditam karmasvanushthiyatam. Vedo nityam adhiyatam. Read the Vedic scriptures and Vedic knowledge every single day. स्वामी जी क्या बात कर रहे हैं? Sanskrit is a very respected language, but never touched. All that even if I touched was Rama Ramo Ramaha. उसके बाद हमें कुछ नहीं जाना. हाँ, I don't understand anything after that. And most of in Kendriya Vidyalaya and other places where Sanskrit was even being taught, the questions were in Sanskrit, the answers were to be in English. And many of them picked it so that they could score good. Because English was easy. So in this day and world, when you say Vedo Nityam Adhiyatam, क्या मजाक कर रहे हो? We don't even understand Sanskrit, and now reading things in Sanskrit. And please, just because you can't read Sanskrit, don't go to Google and start reading off of there. As much as you are scared with your children that they would see unwanted things on the net and you want to keep, I feel that way too. And when people ask some questions from, I exactly know what kind of website they have read through and come and dumping it as a question on me. So what is an other solution? That where that knowledge is being given, learn from that source. And none of you sitting here today have a valid reason to say, that is also not possible. You are already there. So that is one meaning. Second meaning is, as sophisticated that we are becoming, relying on various outside sources, one faculty that should have been there as a source of immediate strength and confidence is the value of self-analysis. In today's sophistication, with so much of support of various other factors which do not have enough depth, what has happened is, instead of thinking, we have become a bunch of brooders tending to worriers. There's a difference between brooding and thinking. What is the difference between brooding and thinking? In brooding, you are in the same rut of repetitive existence. The same thought, the same analysis, or the same fear, the same anxiety is often repeated, and you are in that like a hamster. That is not called thinking. What is thinking? Is when that event, that episode, that experience can be viewed from different possibilities, different standpoints of looking at it. One good way that I was taught is, when we interact with the world around, we definitely see at least 4, 5 people or 6, 7 people in our life whom we respect for their various things in their life. And we have had good interaction with them. It is personal here. It is not some unknown person that you have never interacted with and you have created an aura of greatness around them, and then somebody that you have a one-on-one contact. Amongst those, there are at least 4, 5 of them that you end up respecting. In every situation, if you can think from their perspective, what would they have done in this situation? For the greatest time of your life, when somebody said, that you look like your parent or you think like your parent, we may have aggressive reactions to it. But today, when you have your own children, you have your job, you have your various things interact, don't you sometimes think, अरे पिताजी होते तो कैसे करते थे? My dad, how would he have reacted to this? My mom, how would she would have reacted? Or my aunt or my uncle, how would they have seen this perspective? Don't you think about them? So somebody that you look up to, somebody that you have respect, and you have seen them, observed them very closely, looking at that episode, not just from your thinking outside the box. Swadhyaya, swasya adhyayana. To be able to perceive oneself from all possible angles and to be consciously living, knowing who I am, what am I doing, and what direction am I taking. To have that perspective, that clarity is called swadhyaya. To study oneself intensely. When we can make mistake once, maybe twice, I ask the question in a different way. When you're driving from point A to point B and it is your first time, that you've come new to the city, how many times are you okay to miss the exit to that point that you have to reach? How many times is it okay for yourself? How many times would you allow yourself miss the exit and not feel bad about it? How many times would say once? Raise your hands properly. The others have confidence also. Okay. Twice. Whoa. 3 times.
That's why I take the GPS. I learned this way.
Okay.
But what I am pointing you towards is a greater GPS called Guru Parampara Sampradaya. Gotcha. Now,
Once with GPS.
that would be pathetic if. See, once you can miss, right? You keep missing it again and again and again, something wrong somewhere. Some screws or bolts or nuts are missing. Similarly, when we are trying to evaluate oneself, we can make once a mistake. By second time, we should have become an expert at it. But we make mistakes 3, 4, 5 times and make songs out of it. Oops, I did it again. Wow. I hear waves of laughter as it dawns on to who it is.
When you realize, oh, you've done it. Oh, that's it.
Okay, that also. So, Swadhyaya, I have given you 2 meanings. One, reading through the scripture, and second, self-analysis. When we brood and when we get caught in one rut, then it leads to something which the Westerners have coined analysis paralysis. Thus, it leads to anxiety bouts. Because you're in the same rut, you're not able to see it in any other angle. Swadhyayat ma pramadaha. Never lose connection with that inner pointer. Listen to your inner conscience. In every situation, when you are doing good or bad, isn't there a pointer speaking to us? Oh, one thing is we brush it aside and do whatever we feel like. That's a different case. But there is a pointer that keeps talking to us. Please listen to that. Swadhyayan ma pramadaha. Next sentence, pay attention. Are you all paying attention? Acharyaya priyam dhanam. Whatever the Acharya declares as the priya dhana, ahritya, give that Guru Dakshina when that Guru asks. Who is saying it? Scripture is saying it. Whatever the Guru wants, you should be able to provide that. You cannot pre-decide it as a tomato pickle or a rasgulla. वो तो मैं खुद भी बना लूंगा यार.
Or the lunch menu.
She just stepped out. Thank you.
Swamiji, today is your birthday, so.
No. Last year it was. Okay, getting back to the point. See, whenever, and it is a challenge. It's a challenge because that who is truly in the position of a acharya does not need to even ask. In their presence, you find that inspiration to participate and be a part of it. But in spite of that, there are some thick skin. The scripture says, Dhanam ahritya. Get the Guru Dakshina when the Guru wants, in whichever format that the Guru wants. Sun liya? And then when you take into that grihastha prajatantum ma vyavachhetsihi. Listen carefully. I had to talk this to the newer generation. Married for 10 years, 12 years. अरे बच्चे सोच रहे हैं. We are thinking about. See, I'll give you why the scriptures said a certain age as a good age. Apart from the obvious reasons. There is a biological tick-tock. When not used in the right time, then it becomes a tick-tock of a bomb. When used in the right time, it becomes a tick-tock of a clock. The biological clock. In the last probably 20 years or 25 years, when you look at the statistics of the children born, the number of children that are born with Down syndrome, spastic and other, it has shot up 200%. 200% is an alarming figure, especially when you are giving birth to the next generation. Why is that happening? Because by the time all the education, independence and everything, financial independence, everything is ascertained, half the life is already done. बुढ़े हो गए हो. Half the life is done. You're 30. When you become a doctor, how old are you? 30, 32 in this country? And by then your good TikTok time has gone. I'm not making this up. That is how body functions. That is the obvious reason. And I also tell, when I'm talking to the Yuva Kendra members, I tell them that there is no not getting married and hanging out as a single. Now, either you take to the path of sannyasa or take to the path of grihastha. No latko-fying in between like bhuta preta pishacha. सुन रेला है, सुन रेला है. श्रीधर सोमत. No, I saw him sleep here also. Okay, coming back to the. Now I tell them another logic or reasoning is by 24-25, if you have your production engineering done, this is the exact language I use with them. By 24-25, when you have your production engineering done, chinku pinku tinku minku done. Listen to the whole. By the time they are 20 and off your payroll, by the time your kids are 20 and they're off your payroll, how old are you? You're about 45 to 50, right? Which means you still have enough juice. Can I continue? So you are about 45 and less than 50. You still have enough juice wherein you have spent your lifetime education, you have spent your lifetime on children. There are enough things out there to explore and you can still be a great positive source to contribute wherever your choices were lying. That at the end of your 60, 65, you feel such gratification that there is no frustration left. By other side, you are 30, 35, you have your chinku minku tinku pinku, and then you have, they are 20, by then you are about 55, 60, and then their marriages are done, then you are probably 60, 65, khak bachega. And by then you are already in a dilapidated support system. You don't have enough juice left to run around or to do what you feel like accomplishing. Does it make sense? Huh?
The guy is 45-year-old and he's already excited. They take 210 for me. The guy is 45-year-old, he gave his son, who is 20-year-old, who is released the debt off to them, and he has a grandson already. That's the right way to do it.
Now, I have just described this aspect. Now the last aspect, which is often not shared, prajatantum ma vyavachhetsi, is the broader the spectrum of the genetic pool, the robust is the society which would have enough depth to take any variation of any strain of virus or bacteria that the society remains healthy. And this is a well researched, well documented. And to find that kind of a robust system, there was a Gotra system. I don't know if we even follow it today. There was a Gotra system, and in that Gotra system, you are not supposed to marry within the same Gotra, so that you can expand the possibility of that genetic pool. It is proven, there is enough data about it. Therefore, prajatantum ma vyavachhetsi. Don't neglect it, don't delay it. I know I'm talking this part to a wrong crowd, but at least you will be now enough wisdom based on this to advise your next generation. Hanji, Hanji. I didn't get the question.
Are we not supposed, I mean, even Krishna and Radha were doing 120, 125, are we also not supposed to be living up to that now?
Hope the reason that the mantras say when the Ashirvada is given that Jiveda Sharada Shatam, and one person got up and said, Swamiji, shaap kyun de rahe ho? Why are you giving me a curse to live that long? I said, Jiveda Sharada Shatam is because very rarely that we find this human birth. Now that you have found that human birth, have maximum healthy years as a human, so that that which is the purpose of very expression of life, which is moksha, can be attained in this life here now. So convert that curse into a blessing. Now, I can only hope that we all have that 100, whatever time that we have from here till then. I don't know when that end is. To use it in the most effective manner is in our hands. Live 100. No, you cannot. Jiveda Sharada Shatam very clearly says 100 years. So it cannot neglect that basic quality. Add to that 100% life. I agree. But you cannot neglect the basic and change the Shastra and do Ashastriya interpretation. I'm just correcting it there. Then continuing, Satyanna Pramaditavyam. Come what may, never waver away from truthful living, integrated living. Then you all will jump upon me saying, oh, the world doesn't run that way, Swamiji. You are being very naive in interpreting it that way. Now, I look at it from a different perspective. If there are these thugs, dons, and warlords and such people, the local gundas to the ones who are in the Senate, some छोटे मोटे गुंडे हैं. When they have their own ring of people, what are the things that they expect from them, from their own ring of people? Loyalty, honesty, truthfulness, trustworthiness. When even gundas expect these values, what is wrong with you when it is said in the scripture that this is the basis of life and you question it? वो तो सरक गया ऊपर से. Satyanna pramaditavyam. Never waver from the perspective of truth. But here let me add not qualifiers but enhancers to understand it better. Satyam bruyat, priyam bruyat. The satya usually comes in unquoted packages. So that which is unquoted becomes unpalatable. but how you deliver it across. Yes, if you call a fat person fat and obese, they will feel hurt. They will feel awkward. Instead, you can say, well, round is also a figure. I'm just joking. You don't need to be that which is truth. Don't lie about it, and yet don't make it a very curt statement that it hurts them. And that which is not truth, in the name of being a parent, raising the morale and self-esteem of the child, don't feed them nonsense. When they're giving something and which is not up to the mark, have the courage to be a parent and correct them. Oh, so good, awesome. Cut the nonsense. And you have given birth to them. No choice now. Raise them. Raise them with courage. And what happens because of that? When they start facing the actual world, they have not learned how to take criticism. They have not learned how to grow if they have fallen. It's okay to fall. Or have you never fallen? Those who fall from the first floor and those who fall from the 10th floor, do you know the difference? Those who fall from the first floor, thop, ah. Those who fall from the 10th floor, ah, thop. But luckily for him, he fell to that 10th floor, but into water. That we have him today. We fall. But the best part is we get up and correct ourselves and move forward. So learn and teach how to face the truth, however ugly, to learn from it and grow. And when you're presenting it to the outside world, say it in a most palatable manner. Satyam bruyat, priyam bruyat. Na bruyat, please don't tell that truth which is hurtful. In the name of being straightforward. Whatever comes here, I say it. Put a filter. I don't keep anything in my heart. Please. You have to be straightforward, but you have to be straightforward with a pleasing tone to it. We either focus too much on the pleasing part and forget the truth, or focus too much on the truth and forget the pleasing part. Bring a balance. It's all about that balanced perspective. Satya na pramaditavyam. Dharmat na pramaditavyam. And that is why the stories of Satya Harishchandra, that is why the stories of Ramchandraji, wherein dharmat na pramaditavyam. And what tests that they have gone through. Even an iota of that we have not gone through in our lives. Were you ever in a plot to be killed, assassinated, drowned, burnt? ever. Pandavas, right from the age of, they were poisoned. There was an assassination attempt to kill them, burn them, and every attempt possible. Snatched from them multiple times. And Bhagavan was with them. He did not promise that suddenly magic wand, everything will change. Which is what we go to Bhagwan's mandir, right? ओ भगवान मेरे को ये दे दे, what is that? एक नहीं दो चार दिला दे, मेरे को भी जरा लिफ्ट करा दे, डॉलर नहीं तो दीनार दिला दे, कार नहीं तो एरोप्लेन दिला दे, मेरे को भी जरा लिफ्ट करा दे. हाँ, shoot.
You are saying that the truth has to be expressed in a pleasing manner, but the truth itself is a fact where it can be displeasing for the people who are listening to it. So how can it be pleasing? If I say don't kill, but the person who wants to kill has a motive of killing, then that becomes how can we say it is pleasing?
Can we continue the discussion during lunchtime? Dharma pramadittavyam. The Lord never promised them to change their life, but taught them how to face their life and keep that balance and evenness. Dharma pramadittavyam. Kushala pramadittavyam. This is another beautiful one. Kushala. Your own welfare should not be neglected. What a beautiful part. Now, here it does not specify at what level or where. Therefore, it includes all levels. Why did they? I'm coming. And if you are, I'm coming. Give me some. Hey Ram. Nah, I won't put it in tough crowd. No, kushala meaning well-being. First, physical level. Take care of your physical well-being. Maintain your health in the most optimal level. It is not just something that you keep feeding and feeding and feeding. Also provide it enough that the tenacity and the workability of this body is maintained for a long stretch of period. Meaning, do some physical exercise also. That you have a treadmill at home, but it is collecting dust or collecting all the yellow pages. I've seen it in many houses. Towel stand. Use it at least 4 or 5 times a week. Physical level well-being. Comfort level well-being. Even more grosser than the physical level is the comfort. From what perspective? That if the comfort that I can provide to my family, if that is given, if they are happy, I can find peace. If the people around you are nagging, can you ever find peace? Constantly nagging, nagging, nagging. Can you be at peace? If you are not at peace, can you be happy? So at the grossest level, put that comfort in place. Why? If they are happy, you are at peace. Maintain your physical well-being. Feed it properly. Many times what happens, in the name of responsibilities and fulfilling responsibilities, we forget the basic necessities. Eat regularly. To not eat is easy. To eat regularly on a given time is more difficult than not eating. So yesterday or day before, I met someone and I said, "Oh, are you exercising? You're reducing." No, I've started eating properly, and therefore I am reducing. So eat properly, sleep properly, right? Well-being at the physical level. Well-being of the anything other than this, we have neglected for ages. See, we clean the outside body. I hope so. We brush our teeth, take shower once in. See, growing up in Hyderabad, I used to have a fellow who used to play with me field hockey, and every day after our sports, take shower and then get back home. तो he say, ये क्या मियाँ तुम लोग रोज रोज नहाते, हम लोग तो जुम्मे के जुम्मे नहाते. How do I translate that? They're like, what kind of people you are, like, such nasty habits, daily taking shower. We take once on a Friday. Jumme ke jumme. Or Thursday evening. Thursday evening is Jumma. Friday evening is Jumma, sorry. नहीं, मैं ये साईं बाबा के पास नहीं जाता था. And the choice of the team was not mine, it was from the school. And luckily he was in the forefront, I was in the goalkeeper. But in the class, he would sit right behind me and copy everything from mine. So once both of us got zero in. The reason both of us got zero was that I was blamed that I was allowing him to copy, and he was blamed because he was copying. And there was a letter to the editor, and yours in anticipation, thanking you. I wrote my name. He wrote my name there. एकदम मक्खी चाप करके रखा गया. Anyway, so well-being at the external comfort, the physical level, the internal level well-being. What are the various data points here that has to be incorporated? First, do you do a short japa process at least once a day? Do you connect with the Lord and communicate with the Lord? That would be the puja process. Do you find at least 5-10 minutes to sit down and meditate? Do you find to take time to educate yourself into a newer angle, a newer perspective, reading a new book from a different perspective. Oh, I don't like that kind of book. I don't like any book that can improve your standpoint or various angles of looking at things. Do you find time to a new book? Do you find time to, and this is all internal repair, internal constant, cleaning process, nurturing process. And what happens to this? Time nahi hai. Postpone. And they say, that is why, Swamiji, we don't find that kind of time during the day, during the week. Therefore, we come to Saket. As if Saket meant it was a socket that you could come in and plug in and charge. Therefore, our spirituality or inner cleansing process is a weekend process. Pun intended.
What is the difference between japa and meditation?
A different discussion, not today. But these are the pointers that should be included in our day-to-day at least once every day. I would say that the ideal would be twice every day. Once in the morning to sharpen for the day, and once in the evening to cleanse from all the reminiscence of the day and to go into the sleep fresh. And this is something that was given to me by Gurudev, and since then I have been following. Read, he said, 5 shlokas. Read at least 1 or 2 shlokas. Pick a book and maintain that as a book of your life for the rest of your life. Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Bhagavat, Viveka Chudamani, whatever be the scripture. Read every single day. I read 5 chapters of Bhagavatam and 5 chapters of Valmiki Ramayana every day. Just chanting through. Don't look at me saying that, no wonder you can find time. For our lifestyle, where is it possible? Now, if you are convinced of adapting that into your life, you will find time. It's not that there is no time. It's just that we have not found it interesting enough, required enough to put it in our day-to-day practice. Kushalanna pramaditavyam. Because if we are an integral part of the society, and if each integral part of the society is maintaining its well-being at all these levels, the entire society's well-being is uplifted naturally. Right? Bhutyaina pramaditavyam. It says, become prosperous. Never neglect that. Why? Who can give? The one who has. Those who don't have say, wish I had, I would have given. No, become prosperous so that you can support, so that you can uplift. Without that strength of prosperity, we cannot bring that change. So it does not mean that everybody becomes a sannyasi. Therefore, the message is given to who? Those who are getting into the grihastha and the grihastha have got not just the responsibility of their wife, their husband, their children, or their 2 families that they are married into, but they are responsible for the 3 other ashramas The brahmacharya, vanaprastha and sannyasa are to be supported because the grihastha ashrami are the social security for the entire society. So whatever you are earning, on a second front, I have the adhikara for it. What is the first one? Acharyaya priyam dhanam ahritya. First. And what is the second one? Bhutyaina pramaditavyam. Never neglect your prosperity, because your prosperity is the responsibility so that you can take care of not just yourself, but also support brahmacharya, vanaprastha and sannyasa. So you don't need a senior citizen home or someone else taking, because the grihastha ashrama is the social security that the ancestors had envisioned. Bhutyaina pramaditavyam. And then it says, Swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. That which you have learnt, that which you have gained as knowledge and wisdom. See, there are three processes, three steps. First, whatever you are listening now are just data. When that data makes sense to you, it becomes knowledge. And when that knowledge is applied in day-to-day life, and you various sequences that you go through to come up with a nugget of wisdom through the entire process, that it becomes your second nature. So data, knowledge, wisdom. Swadhyaya, to evolve to that wisdom. And that wisdom has to be given to the next generation. We are educating our next generation, but the skill sets are zero. Think about it. Why are the skill sets zero? And back in India, so they call themselves as graduated from law or wherever, different professions. Ask them to write a simple letter in any language. Cannot. Communicate, cannot. The common sense of transforming the basic knowledge that is being learnt into day-to-day life. Even here, the educated ones, I gave them a pot of water so that it can be used. And this fellow goes it and puts it under the table. I'm not making this story up. So I come there and I said, have you all had the opportunity to have that lemonade in that? I said, where is it? So this fellow said, you asked me to put it there, I put it under the table. And I said, common sense. Where do you put the dispenser? On the table. But you didn't give me specifications. Skill set. To understand what is required at that moment and to apply it. Zero. I'm sure you find it with your children as well, right? When you ask them to do something and they go and they come back and say, well, did you come? You didn't tell me. Do you find them in that crossroads? Why? They're getting educated, but not skill sets are not improving. And Yudhishthira is asked by Yaksha how to improve that common sense, how to improve that wisdom. He says, Vruddhopa sevaya. When you work with experts in that field, that which is churned by them through data, through knowledge into wisdom, gets soaked by being in their presence. Swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. So in that tradition, it is not just that I am doing Swadhyaya, but teach to the next generation. And if you have been observing the last whole week, the talks on Hanuman Chalisa, and I get comments from all over, like, the other acharyas or the other mission centers. And to tell you a fact, it's a most fulfilling, compelling, and fulfilling aspect. Not at the end of my day, the entire effort taken to see that the next generation can understand and put it into practice and get that practice out there and speak about it, to create that platform of sustenance. Swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. Pramada is forgetfulness. Pramada is doing mistakes again and again. Na pramaditavyam, do not make that mistake of forgetting, neglecting these things. We'll stop here. We will go for the we will go down for upload session. 1 second. Huh? When now? Okay, they are saying it is a group picture time, so don't go. Arrange yourself here and do it quickly in next 3-4 minutes. Leave the bags on the chairs and the benches there. Don't leave it right here, because when they take the scope of camera, the angle, your bags will be popping up.
ऊपर का प्लेट नहीं है
तो इसका निकाल के उसको डालना।